so that the rescuers and also the searchers, they can have a better knowledge about the objects they are looking for. So not only they should be paying more attention to orange color objects, and also looking for objects with a size of 20 multiplied by 60 centimeters. For the possible pieces and parcels, they should also attach great importance to that. And each searcher and emergency responder, they have today with them this plastic bag. If they find interesting pieces and possible parcels, they have to collect them and put it inside the plastic bag. This will help to assist the investigation. Now we can also have an observation from this point, and we look towards the core area. We can find that today there are new changes to this place. On the outskirts of the core area, we have removed all the fruit trees. And for this platform area, we have made it possible for the larger machineries to come inside the area. And by the side, we have newly built up a road, a small path to allow more personnel inside. And we can move a little bit towards this side. We should not cross this line. So we'll just be standing here to give you the report. Inside the core area, still the workers, they are carrying out their mission, and people, they are dressed in different colors because they are performing different duties. To the eastern part of the core area, the rescuers, they are still working, and we have not yet witnessed the signs of any big cars inside. But people, they are continuing with their work to discover major proofs and evidence. In this excavation area, we noticed that to the side, we have made some discoveries, but we have to wait and see the final result of determination. And black boxes have been carried by our workers here. And since we have already discovered one of the two black boxes, I don't know for now whether we have already transported the black box that we have just discovered to the areas outside this crash site. But still, what I can say for sure now that people are working very hard to discover another black box, because the black boxes, they are of extreme importance to the discovery of the root cause of this incident. And today the weather is not that good. For the deployment of searchers and also for the discovery of the black boxes, the weather conditions are giving us more challenges and difficulties. If the black boxes have already been disintegrated during the crash and the storage units met water already, then the performance and the recordings within the black boxes will be possibly damaged. So we are racing against the time. We would like to discover the black boxes as soon as possible. Only by doing that can we retrieve the key messages from the black boxes so that we can reveal the deep root causes behind this incident. It's still rainy currently now on the spot, and we will also stay tuned. Please stay with us for more updates later.
多少人？
我等拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
哎，让我们白走一看路。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。看见哦，眼睛哦。上了情况。走位，现场就会。这块是不是？再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？这是退下路，又是吗？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方可以加多？拍了，在这个附近，就是。 多少人？
我等拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
哎，让我们摆手一看路。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。
整队，现场指挥。
这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？这是退下路，又是我。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能可以加多？拍了，在这个附近，这是。好。来边啊！你们那山里不要太看。 你先把它看一下。哪一组的？然后我们和秦队这一块都到齐没有？对，跟正。你的是哪个？
收到任何回复。14点23分，飞机雷达信号消失。后经核实，飞机在广西壮族自治区梧州市藤县境内坠毁，机上共有旅客123名，无
With
外
the
籍旅
plane
客。
crash,
机组人员
there
9名，
are
其中飞行员3名，乘务员5名，
132
安全
people
员1名。
on
此外
board,
呢，还有2
among
个
which
确定的信息，这架波音
123
737-800
passengers
飞
and
机
9
编号
crew
是
members. There are no
1791，
foreign
飞机的
passengers
距离
on
是
board.
6.8年。
And the
截至事
number
故发生
is
时，共飞行了
The flight is
8986架次，总计
MU5735.
18239
The
小时。
total
起
hours
飞前
is
符
more
合
than
适航要求，
18,000
技术状况稳
hours.
定。 9名
And
机组
before
人
the
员健康
takeoff of the
状况良好，
flight is
飞行
deemed
经历
suitable for the
符合
flight,
民
and
航
for the
局要
9
求。
crew
也就是
members,
说，
they are
从
in
客机
very
本
good
身到机
health
组人员均
status,
符合
and
适航要求。
the whole experience of the flight is in
针对这个问题，在
correspondence
今天
with
下
the
午国家应
requirement
急
of
处置指挥部
CAAC.
举行的第2场新闻
This
发布会上，
afternoon,
相
the
关负责人还做了更为详细的介绍。飞
headquarters
机失事
from
时
the
航路
Ministry
上天
of
气适航，无危险。
Emergency Management has organized the
根据机
second
组与空管单位
press
预通通话
conference.
记录，该机自昆明起飞，一直到航路上突然下降高度之
According
前，
to
机
the
组与空管
message,
单位均保持着正常的
before the
呼吸
plane
距离。
crash, the
那
crew
么后续的调
members
查工
have
作如
been
何展开呢？
staying in
民航局
contact
相关
with
负责
the
人介
air
绍，在全力
controllers.
搜寻
What
飞行
about
记录
the
器的同时，还
upcoming
包括飞
search
行、
work?
维修、空管、气
They
象、
are
飞
doing
机
their
设计
best
制造
to
等方面进行
look
逐
for
项
the
的
black
深入调查。
boxes, and
而
they were
由于
also
本次
going
事
to
故飞
depth
机
for
损毁
investigation
严重，
about the
造成
flights,
幅
the
度很大。
maintenance, the
有关
air
于飞机
control,
事故的更多的搜救工作，
meteorological
我们将继续
information, as well as the manufacturing and design of the
下面
flight.
呢，导
We
播
will
通过我们
also
联系到了我们前方
stay
核心
in
区，
contact
关
with
注
the
搜救进展
departments,
的
and
记
we
者
will
来
also
关注
keep
大
a
东航
close
客
eye
机坠
on
毁
the
的
development
事故
of
的
the
搜救的
search
最
and
新进展。
rescue.
来连线一下
We
总
will
台央视记者
also
张腾
bring
飞。
to you
你好，腾飞，来给我们介绍一下目前在前方了解到的关于搜救工作的最新的
the
消息。
latest updates about the research on site with our journalist there.
好的，广泉。
张腾飞 up to you.
在这个核心区的外围，我们的镜头摇出去。
Okay,
在我旁边的
I'm
这个
now
中间
standing on the
跟昨天最大
outskirts
的
of the
变化
core
是
area of
在
the
这个
plane
蓝色围
crash.
挡之内
A
已经
significant
到达过的
change
那刚刚
of this
通过
area
大家通过各方面的渠道已经了解到，今天下午这个核心区
can be
的
witnessed
这种
now
搜
from the
寻
standing
工作出现
point
了
of
重大的进展。
mine, and according to the second press conference, we have already retrieved one of the 2 black boxes of the crashed plane. We know that there are 2 black boxes. One is the FDR, and another is the CVR, one for the recording of the parameters, another for the recording of the sounds in the cockpit. Currently, the experts have retrieved one cylinder form object in bright orange color, and we cannot determine until now to which black box it belongs. And the search work is going on. Rescuers are on the spot working very hard, and one significant change compared to yesterday. There are more tents compared to yesterday. For the major pieces of the wreckages and also some objects that can give us the hints about the identification information of the passengers, the workers are now doing the collection work. They have also used and established those tents because it's been rainy all the day. For the major pieces of the wreckages and also major objects, for example, with identification information on it, those scattered objects are collected and analyzed by our workers here. In my hand, I have this model of one of the black boxes that we have discovered this afternoon. So one significant feature of it is the cylinder form object. So we are not sure whether this cylinder form object we have retrieved this afternoon belongs to the CVR or belongs to the FDR. There's a higher possibility that it belongs to the cockpit voice recorder. We have also filmed the same of the search of this afternoon. We have mobilized more than 500 firefighters and policemen on the site. There are experts accompanying their rescue and search work, experts are also delivering to them the key messages about the form and shape, as well as the outside look of these black boxes, so that they can do a better job in the search work. Experts have also told the rescuers and searchers to pay attention to all the metallic pieces. Once they run into a piece of metal or other major objects carrying the identification information of the passengers, they have to collect them all in this plastic bag. As far as I know now, the meteorological conditions are imposing more challenges and difficulties to the searchers. You can see that we have really bad road conditions. And today, what is new for our team of researchers is that we have a stream running here due to the accumulation of water from the rainfall. And there's also a mixture of water and mud together. This will make our investigation and search work much more difficult. And of course, we sincerely hope that we can find another black box as soon as possible, so we can know the truth behind this tragedy.
拖了多少人？
我等拿着。
注意站地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块儿稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家？拍了，在这个附近，就是。
I'm now at the core area of the plane crash. Since yesterday, it's been rainy, and it has been very heavy rain earlier this morning. It has made the road really muddy. You can see that the soil has become very soft and moistured. It has created more difficulties for the people to walk around. Earlier this morning, we have suspended for a moment the search for the black box due to the hard conditions on the spot. Experts and also officials, they have been discussing about the plans for the following up actions of the search. We have suspended for a moment the massive searches. However, technical deployment is still on the way in order to guarantee the follow-up actions. In front of us, we have a monitor screen. After days of continuous efforts of the technicians, we have already completed the 3D modeling of the footages collected by the drones. We have two pictures here. On the left-hand side is the satellite image from the bird's view before the plane crash. If we do the comparison, you can see obvious changes of the landscape. Let's start with the picture on the left-hand side. There's one narrow path through which our workers have traveled in order to reach the core area of the plane crash. This is an area fully covered by the forests. Between the two slopes, there is a valley also covered by trees. And now we come to the right-hand side. The picture shows to us that this area has experienced a removal of the forests. And over there, a large area, now more to the blackened color, has been burned during the plane crash. And we can go to the other side. There is a parcel of bare land, and we can also find the burnt traces. On that spot, we have made several times of the live streaming reports. You can see some scattered white spots. It must be the wreckages scattered after the plane crash. And this is not only a 2D picture, it can be turned into a 3D. So you can look at the whole landscape from the bird's view, and you can also have a horizontal angle of observation around this area. So actually, it's a picture that can give you 360 degrees of observation. From this narrow path, people walked inside the core area of the plane crash. The whole core area is quite limited in space, but for the burnt area, it's estimated to reach 20,000 square meters. And that is only the surface area. You know that this area, we have the mountains and valleys. So there's also a big elevation of this area. So this has made our mission of investigation and search even more challenging. So please stay with us for more updates. So sometimes we can run into problems of signals. So from the plate number, you can read that this is a vehicle coming from Henan province. They are a rescue team coming from the province of Henan. Who is the person in charge, please? So your team has come from the province of Henan? Yes, from the city of Luoyang. We are more than 30 in our team. What's your major duty now? We are standing by because it's still raining now, so we have to suspend our work for a moment. What equipment have you brought to the site of the crash? Immediately after the plane crash has taken place, we have mobilized a team of 30 people to travel more than 1,600 kilometers to this place. We have different brigades working together to assist the rescue work. We have selected experienced team members to join our mission of search and rescue. So when you are here, you will listen to the orders of the headquarters of command. Yes, exactly. According to the current orders, we are waiting for the next moment to start our action, and we have professional equipment with us. So just now we have talked with the person in charge for this rescue team from Henan province. Due to the rain, we have to wait for a moment before carrying out the investigation work. I've also checked it out. The precipitation in the past 24 hours in Tengxian County is 8 millimeters. For the next day to come, it may reach 36 millimeters. So we can expect to see heavier rainfalls for the next 24 hours. Of course, we hope that the rain would halt to enable our investigation and rescue work on the site, but still we have to be fully prepared. And there are lots of motorcycles. You may be quite curious why these motorcycles waiting here. Actually, they are a very useful means of transport on the site of rescue. So you just delivered food to the rescuers, right? Yes. You can also go and grab something to eat. Thank you so much. Here, the local villagers, they are very active in giving a helping hand. For example, they can deliver the food to our rescuers, and they are carrying the food using their motorcycles. As is mentioned yesterday, we have to travel through very narrow paths and usually bad conditions of the road. So we have to use the motorcycles to travel around. And we have also transformed the local primary school, the elementary school of Maulang village has been transformed into one of the direction centers. There are also backup power engines. Yesterday, this power vehicle has traveled through the narrow road to reach the spot. At least they can ensure the supply of power for the command center. There are also other vehicles for the public services, and people are carrying the materials out. What do you have? Umbrellas and raincoats, and also the boots for the rainy days. There are also donations. Yes, some of the materials, they are donated by the companies and organizations. And this is a batch of donation coming from a local company. This is also one batch of donation. So from this vehicle, people are downloading the materials donated by the local companies. For example, we can find umbrellas, boots for rainy days, as well as the raincoats. And we have some newly established tents here. We didn't have these yesterday. So when you need, these tents can be very useful. There are also some covers and very neatly packed materials, and people can have access to these materials whenever they want. And there are more materials pouring into this site of crash, and we are getting ready for some more challenging weather conditions. And this is a storage place. We can put all the donations and materials inside so we can have a closer look at the materials. Those are raincoats and also some torchlights and boots for the rainy days. Also some heavier coats and also some quilts. So currently, we are expecting more and more materials. Yes, and people are doing the delivery. This is a very rapid emergency response, and we have no problem of the supply. Do you have any formats of the registration? I'd like to have a quick checkout. So those are the registration records of materials already delivered to the workers. It's all noted down. And some other distributed materials towards different units of work. Thank you so much. So in general, what's the condition of the supply of materials? We have
我等拿呢。注意站地面。没有，我放在那里的。仔细。
对，再往再稍微能不能把它清一清？对，就退下去。60码。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近，就是。
匣子全名叫飞行信息记录系统，大概长这样。
This is what a black box looks like. Usually there will be two flight recorders or the black boxes on a plane. One is to record the sounds in the cockpit, another to record the parameters and instructions. For the design, first of all, they are designed in very bright orange color. In the very beginning, black boxes are designed in black color, but they are not very suitable for the facilitation of retreating. And second, the material used is very safe and they cannot be easily damaged. For example, they can withstand the water, the shock, and magnetic interference. So during a crash, the black box can help to preserve as much as possible the important messages. And third, the black boxes can emit signals towards the outside. For example, there is a one part called underwater locator beacon, and there is also automated emitter of the signal, and they can be emitting continuous ultrasonic ping to the outside. According to the parameters and other information recorded by the black boxes, experts can know the deep root causes behind every plane crash.
啊，现在321飞行事故国家应急处置中心举办第2次新闻发布会。参加本次新闻发布会有关部门的负责人有民航局航空事故调查中心主任毛延峰，广西消防救援总队作训处一级指挥员。
We have invited Level 1 Commander Mr. He Rong, Mr. Sun Shiying, in charge of the Yunnan Company of China Eastern Airlines. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. He to give you the latest updates about the search and rescue work. Since yesterday, the workers of rescue team has been working on the site. The Guangxi authorities has organized a team of 200 people, and they are distributed in 5 squads, and they are equipped with important equipments. They have carried out investigation towards the slope of southwestern part of the core area, and they are moving from the bottom of the mountain towards the top of the mountain. They are doing the grid search, and they have not ignored any corner. They have completed the investigation area with a coverage of more than 40,000 square meters. Around 8 a.m. this morning, we have mobilized more than 300 firefighters to do the search work on the spot. And currently, the work is still going on. Impacted by the heavy rainfalls, we have been challenged by the probable risk of landslide to some extent. The on-site rescue work and the search work have been impacted. According to the result of the evaluations, we have mobilized professional vehicles as well as the firefighting equipments. We have elaborated a plan for the on-site investigation and search. We have also been fully prepared for the following up actions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mao to give us the introduction to the black boxes. The crashed plane is equipped with 2 black boxes. One is the flight data recorder installed towards the tail of the plane. It has been working for a duration of 25 hours, recording more than 1,000 parameters. For example, the speed, the angles, and the vertical speed, as well as the manipulations from the cockpit. There is another flight recorder or the black box called the CVR, short for the cockpit voice recorder. When the battery is working, then CVR is working. They can record 4 channels of voices, including that for the captain and the assistant pilots. They can record the sounds for a duration of 3 hours. Both of the black boxes, they are coated in bright orange color. They can also withstand the force of a high-speed impact and the heat of intense fire. They can also withstand the influence from the other major factors. If we can retrieve the black boxes, we can have more understanding about the situation inside the cabin. And for both recorders, it's equipped with underwater locator beacons. It can be used underwater. It can emit ultrasonic pings. It can emit the signal for a duration of 30 days, and the covered area can have a diameter of 2 to 6 kilometers. And since this time the plane crash is not at the sea, so the role played by the locator beacon is not that big. And we have just received a message from the searchers at the spot. This afternoon, we have discovered one of the 2 recorders, and the external look of the recorder is severely damaged. So it will take some time for us to determine whether it's a FDR or CVR. And this time, we had a rarely seen crash. There's a sudden dive during the flight of this plane. We sincerely hope that we can retrieve both of the black boxes as soon as possible. Then we can deliver them to the professional laboratories for the decoding. It can help us to restore the status of the flight. We are working very hard to look for another black box, and we have also mobilize a lot more personnel on the spot. With the crash spot as the center, we will continue with our grid search so that we can retrieve the other black box as soon as possible. Thank you. That is the part of the briefing. We have already retrieved one of the 2 black boxes. This is one of the major breakthroughs of our search work at the spot.
等我拿着。注意看地面。没有，我放在那里的。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家？拍了，在这个附近，就是。大家，我们上去不要太看。 多少人？
我拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？
黑匣子全名叫飞行信息记录系统，大概长这样。 一般来说，飞机有2个黑匣子，大多
Here is the
放在
look
飞
of
机
the
尾部。
black
2个黑匣子
boxes.
功能不一样。
Usually,
一个
a
记录
plane
舱内的
is
声音，
equipped
另一
with
个记录飞
two
行处的
flight
为什么
recorders
设计成这
or
样？
two
有以
black
下几个原因：
boxes.
一、颜色鲜艳，易于找
And
回。
for the design features, first of all, bright color. In the very beginning, flight recorders are designed with black color. Finally, for the consideration of facility in retrieving work, we have coated the flight recorder with bright color. And second, safe materials in the fabrication. They can withstand the force of high-speed impact and the heat, water, shock, etc. They can also preserve as much as possible the data in extreme conditions. And third, they can also distribute signals. First of all, with the underwater location beacon, they can help to facilitate the searching and retrieving of the recorder. And there's also an automated signal emitter. When there's the plane crash, in the majority of cases, we can retrieve the black boxes, and with the black boxes, experts can help to analyze the major cause of the crash. It can also monitor the pilot's work.
等我拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近，就是。来点啊！让他上去，不要太快。哪一组的？然后我们和同队在一块儿。收到，几位啊？跟着。你们是哪个？
现在321飞行事故，国家应急
These are the earlier footages of the second news press conference.
本次新闻发布会，
Present with us
民航局航空事故调查中心
Representative of CAAC, Mr. Mao.
广西消防救援总队作训处一级指挥员，
Level 1 Commander from Guangxi, Mr. He.
云南有限公司董事长。
President of a subsidiary in Yunnan Province
首先，我们请
of China Eastern Airlines, Mr. Sun. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. He for the briefing about the search work and rescue on the spot.
补通报一下，昨天以来
Here is my briefing
3月22日
about the search since
消防
yesterday.
员总队
On the 22nd of March, local authorities have mobilized 200 workers, and they are distributed in 5 schools and equipped with major equipments to do the searching work on the slope to the southwestern part of the core area. They are moving down to the top of the mountain. They have not ignored any corner. They have completed the investigation work of the designated area with a total surface of more than 40,000 square meters. Earlier this morning, around 8, we have mobilized another 300 firefighters to do the searching work on the spot. And now the search work is still underway. And we have also encountered the weather challenges, for example, the heavy rainfalls, and we are also facing possible risks of landslides. This has created more challenges and troubles to our on-spot investigation and searching. According to our evaluation, we have mobilized pump vehicles as well as the firefighting materials as well as the machineries. We have elaborated a plan for the on-spot searching. We have also created another squad for the preparation work. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mao to give us the briefing about the black boxes. Friends of the media, good evening. The crash of the plane is equipped with 2 black boxes, among which one is for the recording of parameters. It's located at the tail of the plane. It starts the recording by the takeoff. It will end its recording by the landing. It can record 1,000 and more parameters, for example, the angles, and also the flight instructions, the manipulation by the pilots. Another recorder is to record the sounds in the cockpit. It's also located at the tail side, the section of the cargos. It can enable the recording of 4 channels of voices, for example, for the pilot, assistant pilots, and also for the environment. The duration of the recording is about 3 hours. Both of the recorders are coated in bright orange color. It can facilitate the searching work. It can also withstand the force of a high-speed impact and the heat, as well as the seawater and the other shocks. It can also help us to preserve as much as possible the data and also record all the possible situations experienced by the crew teams. For both recorders, they are equipped with underwater locator beacons, but they will only work in the water area. For example, they can emit the ultrasonic ping sound to reach the searchers. They can ensure a duration of 30 days of a signal distribution. However, this time, because the plane crash has taken place on ground, so the underwater locator beacon cannot work. And just a few moments before our press conference, we have received the message from the on-spot research team. This afternoon, we have discovered 1 recorder on the site of the crash. And because it's severely damaged, judging by its look, we are still studying the recorder's nature, whether it belongs to the FDR or the CVR. And this time, the incident is rarely seen in history with a sudden dive. We hope that we can find and retrieve both recorders as soon as possible and deliver them to the professional laboratories for the further analysis. It can help us to build up the proof and evidence chain and restore the status about the flight. we are working at our best to retrieve another record. We have mobilized professional equipment to do the detection of underground soils. We have also extended the scale of our investigation so that we can retrieve the other recorder as soon as possible. So that is the main part of our briefing. We have retrieved one of the two black boxes from the crashed plane. This is one of the major breakthroughs.
等我拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近，这是。开着啊！你们上去不要太看。
我等我都拿着。
注意站地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
让我们摆手看路。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？拍了没有？拍了，在这个附近，这是。大家，我们山里不要太看。
黑匣子全名叫飞行信息记录系统，
Black
大概长这
boxes
样。
or the flight recorders
一
are
般来
like
说，飞
this.
机有2个黑匣子。
In
大多
general,
放
a
在
plane
飞
is
机尾部
equipped
2
with
个黑
two
匣子功能
black
不一样，
boxes
一个记录机
installed
舱
by
里
the
的成员，
tail. They
一
have
个记录
different
飞行助理的。
functions. One
为
is
什
to
么设计成这
record
样？
the
由于匣
sounds,
子
another
为
for the
第一
parameters.
颜色鲜艳，利于
First
找
of all,
回。
for the
最初
design of the
黑匣子
color,
设计
it's
成黑
very
色，
vivid
但颜色
color
按掉
now,
落后
but in
很
the
难
very
找，于
beginning
是
it's
就换
black.
成了橙色。
It's very hard for the
二
retrieval
材质安
work,
全
so it's
不
been
易损
turned
坏。
into the
黑
bright
匣子
color.
里面共有4
Second,
层，
for the
分别是
selection of the
储存
materials.
芯、防寒保温层、
There are
绝缘层、
different
金属
layers
外
of the
壳。
materials
有了层
used.
层保
For
护，
example,
黑
the
匣子就具
metallic
备了这些特点：
cover and
耐火
also
烧、
the
耐
layer
烤、
that is
抗挤压、
anti-high
抗摔、
temperature.
抗磁干扰。 这样一
And
来，
the
在飞
whole
机出事
black
故时，
box
能
can
最大
withstand
程
the
度上保
forces
存
of
数据
different
分析原因。
challenges and
三
also
能发现
preserve
好
as much
报告位
data as
置。
possible.
为了
And
能追
third,
踪
it
位
can
置，黑
distribute the
匣子上还有
signals
这
and
2种
report
装
the
置：
locations.
一、超声波水下定位
First
信
of
标，
all, the
方便水
recorder
下打捞；
is
二、
equipped
自
with
动
the
信号发
underwater
生器，方便
locator
空中、地面搜索。
beacon, and
它侧
there's
面还有一
another
颗电池，
automated
保证装
signal
置能够正
distributor.
常运转。
It has also
所以
its
在
own
飞机失事
battery
后，绝
to
大多数的
enable
黑
the
匣子都
function.
能被找到。
After the
通过分
crash,
析里面的
usually
各
we
种数
can
据，专
find
家就
and
能够判断
retrieve the
造成这次
black
事故的
boxes.
原因。 除
And
了帮助调
experts
查
can
飞机
help
事
us
故
to
原因
find
以
the
外，
deep
黑
root
匣子还可以
causes
用来
of these
一、
events.
监控飞行员驾驶情况，
Apart from
纠
that,
正不
black
良驾驶
boxes
习惯；
can also
二、
help to
监测飞
correct
机
the
运行
wrong
状态，排除事故
behaviors
隐
of
患。
the pilots and also to find possible problems and risks.
我拿呢。注意看地面。没有，我放在那里的。
With an all-out effort of our searchers, this afternoon we have retrieved one of the two black boxes, and now they are working very hard to find the second black box. And now we are watching the footage provided by the local searchers. At the bottom of the hill, they have retrieved this black box, and this black box is coated in bright orange color. Whether it's intact or not, we have to wait for the follow-up message coming from the laboratories to see whether we can decode very smoothly the information inside. And also, I'd like to draw your attention to the current situation. There are a lot of motorcycles parked here. Actually, they are used as a very efficient means of transport for the delivery of goods, materials, and also transportation of the personnel. As is mentioned before, this plane crash has taken place in a hilly area. There are bumpy road conditions, and usually the roads, they are very narrow, so they will not allow the big size of vehicles to come in very easily. Motorcycles would be a very clever choice. A few minutes ago, a batch of motorcycles have been mobilized and driven away by the local villagers in order to get in another group of materials. And there are still some more motorcycles waiting here. And their owners, they are the villagers coming from the nearby area. For example, the Maulang village, they are all coming to the rescue work in a voluntary way because they would like to give their helping hand and try to help the rescuers out. And there are two shifts. One working from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and there's another shift coming to take the relay. So with this deployment of personnel and materials, we are doing a very good job in the collaboration, and villagers, they are also contributing a very important part to the rescue mission. Moving forward, we are entering the Maulang Elementary School. and it has been transformed into this temporary command center. You can see the stacked materials, they are piled up in the boxes. For example, there are tents inside. And apart from this temporary command center, there is another frontline command center over there. People are receiving the tents sent from my spots. And there are also some quills covered inside and other materials and equipments. Sorry to interrupt you. You can see the stacked materials. It's noted raincoats, rain boots, umbrellas, and also the heavy coats for the people, because in recent several days there is a sudden drop of the temperature, so immediately people have mobilized the material supply to warm the rescuers up. And there's another storage, a room full of food. Inside we can find instant noodles, bread, water, and also the paper handkerchiefs, etc. So we can step inside the classroom, because we mentioned it used to be an elementary school, has been transformed into this temporary command center. And according to the personnel working here, we have sufficient supply of food and other materials. And what about the following actions? We will give you further updates later. Thank you very much. As we can see that currently the rescue and search work is going on smoothly. I'd like to give you more information, especially the footage, earlier footage from the second press conference on the 22nd of March. The local authorities have mobilized 5 schools, in total 200 workers, to do the encircling of the mountain, to do this grid search. They have not ignored any corner of this mountainous area. The total area amounts to more than 40,000 square meters. Earlier this morning, they have mobilized another batch of 300 firefighters to do the work of investigation. And because there has been the heavy rain in this area, there is the possible risk of landslides and other calamities. This has caused further difficulties to the investigation and rescue work. And the firefighting team has mobilized the pump vehicles and the other firefighting materials. They have elaborated the plans of the rescue and search. They have also another team standing by. And also the remote sensing center has mobilized their resources to map out this area. We have also received the landscape map elaborated by the center of the remote control. We can now locate very precisely the site of the crash of this plane. It's at the Maulang village of Langnan town of Tengxian County. And the crash site is located at a valley. There is a significant elevation of the landscape, and we can only have very narrow paths inside the crash site. So it has brought to us a lot of difficulties during our mission. And I'd like to show you more information that we have gathered. Around 1:16, the afternoon of the 21st of March, the plane with the flight number MU5735 has taken off from the city of Kunming, and around 2:30 Beijing time, the afternoon, there has been the sudden dive around 20 past 2 p.m. and the radar information, the radar signal of the plane has disappeared by 23 past 2. And we know that there were 132 people on board. There are no foreign passengers on board, and there are 123 passengers in total and 9 crew members. The flight has been used for 8,986 times in total. It has flown for 18,000 more hours. And before the flight, we check the status is suitable for the flight, and the status of the health of the crew members are also good, and the flight experience corresponds with the requirements of CAAC. And during this afternoon's press conference, according to the person in charge, during the flight, the weather conditions were good. There are no dangerous elements with the weather. Before the sudden dive of the flight, crew members have been in contact with the air controllers. And there's also a sufficient supply of flights now. Currently, we have sufficient flights, and capacity of the passenger transportation will not be impacted for our company. We will continue to work according to the requirements of CAAC. According to Sun Shiying, before the crash, the conditions of the weather are good. Before the crash, the crew members have maintained their contact with the air controlling center. Currently, the company has suspended the flight of the same type of air flights, and that doesn't mean that we are sure until the current moment that all the flights with the same type have a problem. Black boxes or the flight recorders are like this. In general, for every plane, there are two black boxes located by the tail. They have different functions. One is used to record the sounds, another for the parameters. Why this? Several considerations. First of all, vivid color to facilitate the retrieval. In the beginning, the black boxes are really black, but finally, in order to facilitate the retrieval, they have been transformed into the orange color. Second, for selection of the materials, there were several layers. For example, the storage and temperature, insulation layers, etc. They can withstand the forces of fire, water, and shock. So during the crash, the black boxes can help to protect the information recorded. And third, it can emit the signal and report the locations. For example, one part of it is the underwater locator beacon, and there is another part that is automated signal distributor. On the side, there is also the battery. It can ensure the function of this black box. After the crash, usually we can find the black boxes with the data inside. Analysts can help us to find the root cause of the event. And black boxes can also be used to detect the wrong behaviors of the pilots and also to monitor the status of the flight.
等我都拿着。注意看地面。没有，我放在那里的。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近，这是。来点啊！你们到山里不要太看。
In the recent several days, the focus of our attention has been on the retrieval of the black boxes. And today, we read the news that the workers on site have successfully retrieved one of the black boxes. So sincerely, we'd like to say thank you to them for their hard work, because they have brought to us the hope of revealing the secrets behind this tragedy of the crash. Black boxes are direct proof and evidence to explain the reason of the crash. Usually installed on the plane, there are 2 black boxes, and black boxes are just nicknames of the flight recorders. Actually, there are 2 types of flight recorder. One is the FDR and another is the CVR. So for the CVR, its full name is cockpit voice recorder. It's responsible for the collection and recording of all the sounds in the cockpit, the communication between the pilot and co-pilot, communication between the pilot and the air controllers, as well as all the background environment sounds, for example, the alarms and also the sounds of all the equipment. And for the FDR, the flight data recorder, it records all the parameters and instructions, the angles of its performance, its rising speed and its downward flying speed. And also it records its location status, the location of the engine, the locator of the wings, as well as the records of the manipulation of the pilots with the joystick. With this FDR, there are lots of information recorded. Usually, FDR and CVR would be installed until the tail part of the plane. Because in the ordinary plane accident, the tail section would be better preserved. If we put the black box towards the tail section of the plane, then in an extreme scenario, we can preserve the intact status of the black boxes as much as possible. And for the design of the black boxes, we have already considered the possible force of a high-speed impact and also the heat problem. Usually, black boxes can withstand the force of a high-speed impact of 400 kilometers per hour and also the heat of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. All those materials used for the black boxes can help us to prevent the damage of the data. Dating back to 1950s, just after the birth or the invention of the black boxes, it has been designed in the black color, and that's where the name comes from. But today, usually we use the very vivid, bright orange color to coat the black box because we would like to facilitate the retrieval and discovery of those black boxes at the site of the crash, because the bright color can increase the visibility of the object. It has a size of 20 centimeters multiplied by 60 centimeters. It has the metallic external cover and layers of heat insulation. It has its own power supply. It has a battery. And there are also the radio communication system and ultrasound communication system equipped with the black box. If the black box falls on the ground, immediately that radio communication system would be mobilized. There will be signals emitted out from the black box, and if we use a professional equipment, immediately we can receive the signals. Then in another scenario, if the black box falls into the water, then there will be an underwater locator beacon equipped within the black box, sending out the signals. So all in all those designs are to facilitate the work of search and retrieval of the black box. the black box is so important is because the recordings inside is very important. But the recordings of the voices and the recordings of the parameters and data, with all those data, we can restore the last period before the plane crash. It can largely help us to discover the reason behind the crash and the tragedy, because the recordings inside the black box cannot be modified or edited. So usually we believe that the recordings inside the black box are direct evidence to support the explanations behind the crash. If we can retrieve the black box immediately, we will start the next stage of work, the decoding of the recordings. The qualified laboratories can do that. In China, we have the CAAC affiliated laboratories that can do this job of decoding the data recorded in the black box. It's also like sometimes you want to get the information from the USB. It's very important. But the readout of the information is not the final goal. Because we'll be facing immense size of information read out from the black box, what means a lot more would be the interpretation of the information recorded by the black box. By that case, we have to mobilize a great number of experts and analysts to do their analysis on those data and information. And based on the information and their interpretations of the data, they can restore that last moment of the plane before the crash. For example, the very last changes of the positions of the plane. Based on those fundamental data, experts can give us their readings and also their interpretations about the situation of the plane before the crash. So finally, we can draw a conclusion from the crash. And they will also elaborate a report to be disclosed to the public. And only by following all those steps can we say that the report coming out to conclude the reasons behind the crash reliable. So that's why we say that if we can have the black box with us, we can have some more hope to decode the reasons behind this crash. Although external cover of the retrieved black box is severely damaged, but I still have confidence that the inside information can be rather well protected. Currently, we cannot determine whether this black box already retrieved is FDR or a CVR, but personally, I sincerely hope that it can be a FDR, because a lot of key information cannot be analyzed only with the sounds recorded by the CVR, because only with the FDR can we know the changes with the positions and also directions of the heading of the plane. We can also read out the manipulation by the pilot about that joystick in the cabin. We'd like to know whether the pilots, they have very well responded to the emergency, or we can determine whether there is some abnormality with the operation system. So in this case, FDR can play a bigger role than the CVR in helping us to decode the reasons behind that crash. And we also hope that we can retrieve all the 2 black boxes as soon as possible. We hope that we can have more clues in a short period of time.
灯我都拿着。
注意站地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！部队马上原路返回到山顶。这块儿稍微再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家？拍了，在这个附近，这是。大家，往那山里不要太看。
等我拿呢。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
让我们摆手一看路。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！部队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家做？拍了，在这个附近，这是。大家，我们上去不要太看。
各位媒体朋友，现在321飞行事故国家应急处置指挥部
Friends of the
举办
media.
第3次新闻发布会，参加本次新闻发布会的
Now we'd like to organize the third round of press conference for the plane crash on the 21st of March.
航空安全办公室
Present with us,
朱涛
Mr. Zheng Xi,
东航客户
head of the firefighters team, and Mr. Zhu Tao,
请郑熙总队长介绍事故现最新的
Customers
搜救
Council representative from the China Eastern Airlines, Mr. Shang Guan. First of all, the briefing about the latest updates about the search and rescue. I'd like to share with you the latest updates about the search and rescue work this afternoon with the coordinated efforts of the police and the relevant authorities. More than 300 firefighters have started the eastern slope of the area. This area is covered by grass and the slope is very steep. We have also suffered from the rainy weather. We have encountered a lot of difficulties during our searching work. On the outskirts, we have also mobilized team members of the firefighting authorities. In total, 266 workers to assist us in the mission of the research. By 7 p.m., in total, we have searched an area of more than 46,000 square meters. We have discovered some of the body tissues of the passengers and also the wreckages of the plane. Due to the heavy rain starting by last night, the core area of the plane crash has formulated the pits of water. This has created some obstacles for us. We have mobilized the pumping vehicles and also firefighters to enter the spots of water accumulation. They have started the work of drainage.
下午的新闻发布会呢，我们通报了已经找到
We have already cleaned an area of 80 square meters.
现在呢，我们就请
During the press conference of this afternoon, we have reported that we have retrieved one of the 2 black boxes. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Zhu Tao to give us more information.
今日下午16点30分左右，
With an all-out effort of the armed forces, firefighters, and other workers, around 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, around the major spots of the crash,
对记录器进行了初
on the ground, we have discovered and retrieved one of the 2 black boxes of the crashed plane. We have made a preliminary judgment of the recorder. The exterior surface has been severely managed, and the inside is relatively intact.
给北京的机构进行译码，
We believe that it's a CVR.
下载和译码
We will speed up the transportation of this recorder to the laboratory in Beijing. It will take some time for us to do the decoding. If the storage unit is damaged, we may take some more time to do the repairing and restoration of the damage of the information. Once restored, the information can help us a lot in the discovery of the reasons behind the crash. We will continue to work very hard to find another black box, which is the FDR, so that we can have more data support. Now I'd like to give the floor to Director Shang Guan. He will give us the information about the assistance to the passengers' family members. Good evening, everyone. We know that the assistance to the families of those passengers is one of our top priorities. There are 110 families involved because we have 132 people on board. We have a team of assistants of more than 300 people. They will be at the side of the family members of the passengers. Around Wuzhou City, we have set up the spots of assistance for the family members. Until this afternoon, in Kunming and in Wuzhou, we have already accommodated more than 300 family members. We have provided daily necessities and also hotel rooms. passengers, they come from different provinces. Their original provinces have also declared their assistance to this mission. On the basis of that, we have also worked under the requirements of the top authorities to ensure the medics, the mental assistance, as well as the accommodations. For the relatives of the passengers, we will respond to their pursuits, and with the arrangement of the local government of Wuzhou City, we have organized the relatives to pay tribute to the passengers and to honor the deceased people. It's very cold today. We have also distributed heavy clothes to the relatives of those passengers. We will continue to stay by the side of the relatives and family members of the passengers and keep a close eye on their status of health and listen to their expectations and try to do our best to assist and help them. We have also noticed the comments on the internet. Usually there are 2 pilots. For the Boeing 737, why this time we have 3 pilots? What are their duties respectively? So I also would like to give the floor to Mr. Shang Guan. As far as I know, usually we would arrange 2 pilots. One is the captain, who's in charge of the security of the total flight. Another is the co-pilot, which would be assisting the job of the captain. And MU 5735, there has been the 3rd pilot is working. He's working as the observant. It can also help to ensure the safety of the flight. So I declare the end of this round of press conference.
等我都拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块稍微，再努力再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它清一清？
好的，央视新闻的网友们，大家晚上好。
Dear viewers of CCTV News, just now, the headquarters of the Emergency Management has organized the third press conference. It's also the second presser organized in the day.
广播告诉大家说，在晚一点的时候，场地要进行。
From the broadcasting system, we know that by the end of the day, this whole site of press conference would be disinfected. Around 5 p.m., there has been a previous presser of the day, during which the spokesperson has declared that one of the 2 black boxes has been retrieved. This is an inspiring message. So just now, a few minutes ago, during the third press conference, there has been a further release of information about the retrieved black box. It has been recovered on the ground soil. The external surface has been damaged and the internal storage unit has been partly damaged, but in total, we can say the status is quite well, and it has been confirmed that this is CVR, and we are speeding up with the transportation of this CVR, one of the black boxes, towards Beijing for the further treatment of the data. And we're also trying our best to find another black box known as the FDR, and we will also race against the time to read out the information. During the press conference, it's mentioned that there has been a training for the firefighters. In the past, we only say that due to the efforts or thanks to the efforts of the firefighters, but today there is something new because there has been a training given by the experts from the Public Security Administration. According to the release of the information from the press, until 7 p.m. of today, the total area searched reached 46,000 square meters. They have also mentioned that they have discovered wreckages of the plane and also some body tissues of the passengers. We were saddened by this message, but still it's one important briefing part. And officials have also talked about the current situation of accommodation of the relatives and family members of the passengers. In total, there were 110 families involved, and they have also participated in the organized visits to the site of the crash to say their prayers and also deliver their wishes, hoping that they could find back the passengers on board. And the local authorities have also arranged accommodations and also heavy clothes for the family members of the passengers. The third round of press conference has been realized in an urgent method, so they didn't arrange a Q&A session. Still, the spokespersons in the press conference has still responded to one question asked by one netizen. That question is about the number of the pilots on board, because usually we can expect to see only 2 pilots, but why this time we have 3 pilots on the plane that has crashed, and that is in accordance with the requirements. And the press conference has also been responding to the questions coming from the society. Tomorrow there will be other upcoming conferences.
这块稍微，再努力，再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它轻一轻？对，自退下去，右侧。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近。这块稍微，再努力，再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它轻一轻？对，自退下去，右侧。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了。这块稍微，再努力，再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它轻一轻？这块稍微，再努力，再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它轻一轻？对，自退下去，右侧。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近。这块稍微，再努力，再找，对，再努力再找，稍微能不能把它轻一轻？对，自退下去，右侧。拍了没有？拍了没有？在哪个地方能回家多？拍了，在这个附近。
黑匣子全名叫飞行信息记录系统，
Black boxes, or the flight recorders, they're in such a shape and color. Usually they will be installed by the tail section of the plane, but the two black boxes, one would be used for the recording of the parameters, one other for the recordings of the sounds in the cockpit. They're in vivid color in order to facilitate the retrieval. And right in early days, they are designed in black color, but in order to facilitate the retrieval, they have been changed to the orange color. We have also selected different materials, and we have applied different layers of materials to ensure the safety. For example, it can have the anti-fire, anti-shock, and anti-water features so that they can preserve as much data as possible. And thirdly, they can emit data and signal and report their locations. It's equipped with the underwater locator beacon and also automated emitter of the signal. It has also a battery with itself. After the crash, usually we can find the black boxes with the data inside. Analysts can find the reasons behind the tragedy. Apart from that, black boxes can also be helping correcting the wrong behaviors of the pilots and also monitor the status of the flight. In the recent several days, the focus of the attention has been put on the discovery and retrieval of the black boxes. According to the news today, we have already retrieved one of the two black boxes. We'd like to say thank you to the hard work of the workers and searchers on the spot. Their results of search has brought to us a beam of hope. Black boxes are important references for the interpretation of the reasons behind the tragedy of plane crash. They are considered as a direct proof. Usually on a plane we can find two black boxes. Black boxes are just a nickname. Usually, for one set of black boxes, we can find two components. One is FDR, another is the CVR. So easily telling by the name, FDR. A CVR is short for Cockpit Voice Recorder. It's responsible for the recordings of all the sounds in the cockpit, including the dialogues between the pilots and co-pilots, between the pilots and the air controlling center, and also all the background sounds. For example, the alarm sounds from the instruments and the other equipment. For the other parts, FDR, Flight Data Recorder, it collects massive parameter data about the flight, the angles of the flight, the speed of taking off and landing, and also the positions of the major parts. For example, the wings, the head, the tail, and also the position of the engine. It can also record the manipulation of the joysticks by the pilots. So within the FDR, we can find a huge number of the data. Usually both components, FDR and CVR, would be put by the tail section of the plane, because usually in a plane accident, the tail section can be better preserved. So we have decided to put the black boxes by the tail section of the plane. So once there is a severe tragedy of the plane crash, we can generally guarantee the status of the black boxes. During the design of the black boxes, we have already considered the energy coming from the force of a high-speed impact and also the heat. It can withstand a force of high-speed impact of 400 kilometers per hour and also the heat of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. It has also the function of anti-water. With all those considerations, we can help with the design to preserve as much data as possible. Actually, black boxes don't look black. In the early days, after its invention, they were indeed black boxes in this color, but today what we apply with the planes, they are in vivid, bright orange color. The reason why we have selected this bright color is to facilitate the retrieval of the black boxes because it has a greater level of visibility. Today, the black boxes are not very huge. It has a total length of 40 to 60 centimeters. It's not very big. It has a storage unit. It has also a protective metallic cover and also the anti-heat, anti-water, and anti-shock layer. It has its own power supply, like a battery. It has an emitter of the radio signals and ultrasound signal. Once it's landing on ground, immediately the radio communication system would be mobilized. In this case, the searchers can be guided towards the side near the black box. With the signals coming from the radio system, it can facilitate the retrieval. If this black box falls into the water, then the underwater locator beacon can be mobilized. All in all the design features are there to help the searchers to find the black boxes. Why black boxes are so important? Because the information recorded inside the black boxes are of extreme importance. If we can have the black boxes for the investigators, it's like they have the playback of the images just before the crash. All the information and data collected inside the black boxes, they are not modified or edited. Usually we believe that they are the most powerful and reliable direct evidence to support the explanation of a plane crash. Once we find the black box, we will come to the next stage of readout and analysis. The readout is quite simple. For the qualified laboratories, they can do this job. For example, in China, we have laboratories affiliated under the CAAC, they can accomplish this mission. It's like we read out information from a flash drive. The whole process of readout can be very fast and it's not that challenging. But readout is not the final destination. For the society, we cannot understand those massive information inside. What matters most for us is the interpretation and analysis of the information after the readout. And it will take a long period of time, and we have to mobilize a huge number of experts and analysts to do the work of interpretation of the messages and data collected in the black boxes. So finally, they can restore the last images of the plane crash, and they can give us the description based on the fundamental data collected by the black boxes. Only by following this long process can we finally draw a conclusion to explain the reasons behind this crash. And their explanations will also be one important part of the investigation report of the accidents. And only by following all the steps can we consider this report of investigation reliable. So that's why we have attached so much attention to the retrieval of the black boxes. That's why I've mentioned before that the retrieval of the black boxes has sent to us a beam of hope. For this retrieved one, the exterior cover has been severely damaged, but inside information, I'm confident that it can be preserved quite well. Personally, I hope that this recorder is the FDR because it has more value than the CVR. The CVR records the dialogue between the captain and the co-pilot. We know what orders have been given by the captain to the co-pilot, but only with the message from the CVR, we don't know whether this co-pilot has carried out the order or not, or whether there are some problems with the instructions application. If we can have the FDR in the first place, then we can have more useful information, and we can know whether there's a problem with the response system, whether the reactions of the pilots are good in that case. We can also use the data from the FDR to prove whether there is abnormality with the operating system. That's why I believe FDR can play an important, better role than CVR in today's case. We also hope that the workers, they can carry out the work in a very smooth way and they can stay safe. And I also hope that we can have more clues. Friends of the media, now we are organizing the third round of press conference about the plane crash of China Eastern Airlines on the 21st of March. Present with us, Mr. Zheng Xi, representative from the local firefighting teams, Mr. Zhu Tao from CAAC, and from China Eastern Airlines, Mr. Shang Guan. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to Captain Zheng Xi to talk about latest updates about the search and rescue work. I'd like to give you the latest updates about the search and rescue work this afternoon. With the training and instructions of the Public Security Administration, our group of total 332 firefighters have started and continue their search and rescue work. The searching area is covered by grass, and we are also disturbed by the heavy rainfall. We have also mobilized our colleagues from the firefighting teams in the nearby 4 villages and towns, and there are also great search volunteers coming to our help. In total, by 7 p.m. today, we have searched an area of 46,000 square meters. We have already discovered some wreckages of the plane and body tissues of the passengers. We have transferred the discovered materials and objects to the authorities. And since last night, there has been heavy rainfall, and this has created the accumulation of water on the crash site. So today we have mobilized our firefighters, and they are equipped with the machineries in order to do the drainage work. We have already drained out a surface of 80 square meters. Earlier this afternoon, we have reported to you that we have retrieved one of the black boxes. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Director Zhu Tao to give us more information about that. With the coordinated efforts of the firefighters, armed forces, and also the investigators, around 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, about 20 meters away from the major crash point on the ground soil, we have discovered one of the 2 black boxes. According to the preliminary examination, the exterior surface of this black box has been severely damaged, and the storage unit is also partly damaged, but it's generally in good status. According to preliminary determination, it is the CVR, and tonight we will bring it to Beijing for the later decoding. We will do the readout and downloading of the data. It will take some time. If there is further damage of the storage unit, we can take even more time to do the readout. Once we have the data, it can help significantly about the explanation of this crash. We will also try our best to search for the FDR. It can help us to restore the last moments before the plane crash. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Shang Guan to talk about the assistance to the family members of the passengers. Thank you. We know that the assistance to the family members of the passengers constitutes one of the major tasks of ours for the moment. We have already contacted the family members of the 132 people on board. In total, 110 families are involved. We have built up a team of 300 people to help those family members of the passengers. In Guangzhou, in Wuzhou, we have set up the assistance spots. As of this afternoon, in Kunming and Wuzhou, we have accommodated more than 300 family members of 71 passengers on board. Because passengers, they come from different provinces, so the governments of their original places have also assisted our side. On the basis of that, according to the requirements of upper authorities, we have set up the one-to-one service for the transportation, medical services, psychological assistance, as well as the accommodation. We have arranged the services. We have listened to the opinions of the family members of the passengers. And this afternoon, we have organized several rounds of visits to the designated spots of the crash, so that the family members, they can say their prayers and also worship their family members. This afternoon, the weather has been very bad. Temperatures have fallen a lot. We have purchased heavy coats for the family members of the passengers. Moving forward, we will continue to stay by the side of those families and closely follow their situation and keep a close eye on their psychological and physical status. We will try our best to respond to their expectations and requirements. We have also noticed some comments on the internet. Usually for the series Boeing 737, there will be 2 pilots. Why this time for the flight MU 5735, there had been 3 pilots, and what are their duties respectively? I'll give the floor to Mr. Shang Guan to explain to us all. As far as I know, usually for this flight, there will be 2 pilots. One is the captain, who's in charge of the security of the whole flight. Another is the co-pilot, accompanying the work of the captain. And on this plane, there has been the 3rd person as the pilot, working as an observant. He is accumulating more experience, and this arrangement corresponds with the requirements of the authorities. So that is the end of this round of press conference.
多少人？
我等拿着。
注意看地面。
没有，我放在那里的。
哎，让我们摆手看住。仔细。看到了，看到了，兄弟们，快点！各队马上原路返回到山顶。这块儿是不是？再努力再找，对，再努力再找。